Hello. How are you all doing today? Hopefully we're doing well. I'm doing alright. Not really, actually. I've had something stuck in my eye for the last, like 24 hours. Specifically, my left eye. It is bothering me immensely. Anyway, that's enough frog for right now. I have to fulfill a contractual obligation. The funny thing is, the enterekea thing, it's so much easier to pronounce words like that in katakana. Holy shit. Like, when we get one of these, like, you know, loan words from Greek or Latin or something, it's so much easier to just say it in katakana than looking up the actual Greek and or Latin pronunciation. Especially when there's, like, differing opinions on the way that it's supposed to be supposed to be pronounced. It's a huge pain in the ass. But it's time for a bit of audience participation. I'm not really sure why I teleported out here, considering I was gonna do this. But so I looked at the English for that big scene with Hermes that we ended the live stream on. I think it might kind of be worth going over it in English again, but that depends on if you guys are down for that being the intro segment for the stream. Otherwise, I could just keep going if, like, there's more important stuff ahead. Like, better context that can be given. But it's pretty rough. I would imagine that a good amount of people's confusion for the story would emerge from that. What section? The section where you're talking with Hermes about what he made Medion for. That was a very important scene due to the hedgehogs. Very true. Actually, you've convinced me entirely.エリさん、こんにちは。いつも妙のコメントをしてくれてありがとうございます。本当に大変勉強になります。But yeah, it's definitely an important scene. So, allow me to actually yoink the English script for this. Like, I think that this is very critical for setting up a lot of the foreshadowing. Like, for the way things are gonna be going in the expansion. Okay. 伝えたい気持ち。どこだ。Okay, found it. So in case you don't know, that means Hermes in Japanese. Here, let me see. Does the MTL agree with me? Let's see. Let's find out. It does.
二人とも待っていてくれたのか。
Okay, these bits are not like we don't really need to thought I met Hermot yet. Though one thing that's that I would want to bring up is the tone in this. Like the I listen to some of the English and they really don't get that soft sort of pained tone from him. It's not just, oh, you were waiting for me. It's, oh, you two were waiting for me. It's that. Also, they don't actually keep Medion's speech quirk. The stilted, like, sentence fragment thing. This line is just, you finish talking, instead of, like, done talking. It should be awkward. Yeah, we've reached a decision. It's more like, yeah, we've made a decision. Thank you for watching over Meteon, keeping, you could say keeping Meteon company. I'm talking to days, so we can go through this. But the like sasete morao there is very specific. He's being very accommodating. No, this quest is Taetai Kimochi, which in English was a sentimental gift, which doesn't really fit. He was like, yeah, I'm gonna get you another room. And this should be like, wait, show you. We have something show you. Like, it should be stilted, not fully grammatical. No, it's not that she's proud of the, like, telepathic connection thing, but rather that, like, it's literally just physically difficult for her to communicate verbally. But Hermes told her to not just straight up do that, because you're not supposed to just, like, read people's minds. Oedipus flowers. Please. Yeah, and you can, like... And, like, here, this is a prime example of this, is that the last half of this sentence is, like, fully non-grammatical. So, kurai kimochi, you could go with either literally dark feelings, you could just say dark, which you probably should, but that can also just mean, like, you know, bitter, painful. Yeah. Lonely, color. It's not just Hermes. That's why you can't. This would be like, that's why it's not, you're not, and then trail off. Yeah, he does a phenomenal job, especially in this scene. Like, this scene is absolutely, like, he kills it in this scene for the acting.
そうか。君はメイティオンの頼みを聞いてくれたのか。
I see. Medion asked you to do this.
よければ少し話をさせてもらえないだろうか。
If you don't mind, yeah, would you be willing to talk for a moment? You know, him doubling up there on hesitant terms. Like, if you don't mind, if it's all right, is actually fairly important. We're just hitting the tone. But so this immediately, already we're just at Elpis Flowers, go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone. I see Medion has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? So, this is the key problem here. Is that they keep just reducing this to emotions on a really base level. They're removing the depth from it. It's not just people. It's not feeling sad. That's not what's being described here. The kurai kimochi is not just feeling sad. That's like all sorts of you know, painful, dark feelings. That encompasses sadness, but also, you know, despair, regret, hopelessness, pain. And, you know, sabishiro isn't just like, you're not alone. Again, it's the point is that Medion is not particularly good at communicating verbally, and so you would want to convey that in that same sort of fragmented fashion. It's a bit too specific because Medion is not really using complicated words. She can't. But also, that's just not what she's talking about. She's trying to convey the general concept of feeling isolated, alone, in pain, suffering, but doesn't fully have the vocabulary to do so. But then they, you know, they just kind of blunt it. I still don't trust this thing. You could show it playing with fireflies all you want, and I'm still not going to trust it. Hedgehog. Look at it. Amazing. God.
自分は人に定められた生き方を星のために生きるということを悪いとは思っていない。
定められた。定められた is such a important word to translate here. The 人に定められた生き方 that isn't just like a, you know, like a choice, like the, you know, it's something that has been decreed, like something that has been determined for you, something that has been like a judgment that has been passed down upon you. You know, it's close to saying fated. You might even say, like, ordained, right? That we as humans have been ordained to live for the sake of this world. I don't believe that that is, you know, the wrong thing to do. But, you know, you really have to have that sense of pressure, of it being determined for you. You know, this is the established decree. And like, God, listen to that. Like the like that fluttering in his voice where he's just barely holding on. And the word choices that he's using are incredibly grandiose. Like, 違和感に襲われることがある. But, yeah, but working here, there are times I'm overwhelmed with, you know, a feeling that something is not right. This iwakan, again, is just a sense of discomfort, a bad feeling, a sense that something is wrong. Like, working here, yeah, like, I can't help but be overwhelmed with, like, the feeling that something isn't right.
ファダニエルの座についての話を受けたとき、ヒトロダイウスが言っていたことを覚えているか?
Do you remember what Hythlodaeus said when we were talking about the seed of Fidaniel?
死とはやり遂げた者が選ぶ選択であり、最後の瞬間はいつも美しいものだと。
Again, yaritogeta? Like, yaritogeta mono is like those who have, you know, done what they are meant to do, who have accomplished their purpose. It's like death is chosen by those who have accomplished what they have, like, you know, you could say what they have set out to do, what their life's purpose was, and their final moments are always beautiful. Now, again, let's compare the English here. I do not think it is wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. They completely got rid of the, like, pressure, the weight, the burden of it. You know, it being, like, carved out as their place in reality. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Doubt is not the same as iwakan. It really just isn't. It's not saying doubt. It's a, this terrible feeling that something is wrong. Doubt is almost kind of close, but... And saying plagued by doubt is not the same as saying, like, overwhelmed with this terrible feeling. It's far closer to anxiety or something like that. You're standing there, you're doing your work, and then you just have this horrible feeling in the pit of your stomach, right? Like, it just feels wrong. Do you recall what Hitler said when we first spoke of my nomination? Again, they're not getting the emphasis right. He brings up Fadanieru, because he's talking specifically, the thing that was making him feel terrible was the idea that the person who is currently in the seat would choose to die. And so, he's not phrasing it in terms of my nomination. He's talking about the current Fidaniel. He's not talking about, like, speaking of my nomination. That's not the emphasis here. The emphasis is on them. Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. They split this up into two sentences for, like, no apparent reason, and really blunted the emotional impact of it. And also saying privilege changes the meaning entirely. Privilege is not really what you want to be saying here. And saying a choice they embrace of their own free will. Again, just, you didn't need to add that in. And when they depart, it is always beautiful. When they depart is very, very different from the meaning and the emphasis of Saigo no shunkan. Because he's gonna relate that to, you have the human final moments, last moments, and then you have everything else, their final moments. It's not when they depart, it's that moment of death that is being conveyed. Those last, couple of seconds. Shunkan is the, moment. Those final seconds, that last moment.
Daga, それはあくまで人の話だ。
それはあくまで人の話だ。I would translate this to something along the lines of, but that could only be said, of man, of humans. I would go with, that can only be said of man. That can only be, you can only say that, or even that, however, that only applies to humans. You'd probably say that can only be said. Either works.
作られた生物が星の益にならないと判断された場合、彼らは問答無用で消される。死を与えられる。
Again, 死を与えられる。To be given, to be handed down. This is why the usage of, 定められた before matters, because that's lining up with 与えられる, things that are decreed for you, judgments that are passed down from above, in the sense of a higher authority than you is determining that this is the way that you ought to be. This is what you deserve, this is what you will get. So he's saying just as we as humans were, given the charge of living for the sake of the world, the things that we make, we choose, we give them death. We hand down death. So, like, I would even, for this, potentially go with, like, if we determine. And no, I would actually, never mind. I would say, like, if these created beings are judged to not bring benefit to the world, then then they will be erased without question. They will be given death.
生まれたばかりで何も成し遂げていなかったとしてもだ。
Like, even those who had only just been born, not accomplishing anything.
"処分の際は苦しませないようにしているが、死を与えられることを察した生物たちは怯え、憤る。その終わりは美しいものなんかじゃない。"
And God, ikidoru is such a good word. Like, when they are to be, put down, we attempt to ensure they will not suffer. But all living things, when they sense that that death will be given unto them, are afraid. Are afraid and rage. I would even potentially go with, rage at their unjust fate. Ikidoru is, a sort of resentment and rage. And then, その我は美しいものなんかじゃない. I think what I said last time I would still go with is, those final, that end is anything other than beautiful. You can't, or you would say you can't possibly call an ending like that beautiful. So the whole final moments thing matters, because he's talking about those final moments when they're about to erase one of these things, and they get that primal sense that death is at hand. They are overcome with fear or resentment and rage, hatred. At the idea that they need to die. Nothing wants to die. Perhaps it is, but only for men. He didn't say perhaps it is. It's not perhaps it is. That sort of concession very much blunts his point. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. No. The emphasis being on things that are decreed to not be of use to the world. To not be to the world's benefit. You know, they're saying that if this thing continues to exist, the world will be a worse place for it. Not that it's useless. The point here is, like, the English make some sort of weird connection that they're talking about using, like, these things as tools, when that really isn't what's being discussed. And it's not without a second thought, it's without question. The idea is that they are unquestioningly, if it's determined that they are not good for the world, the idea that you would keep it around is unfathomable. You just simply don't do that. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. You got rid of the direct connection to what they were talking about with Hythlodaeus and Fidaniel. You completely got rid of that connection. It's not potential. It's fulfillment. It's doing what you set out to do. Right? やり遂げた。やり遂げたもの。何も成し遂げた。There's a connection there. It's not about potential. It's about fulfilling what it is that you, like, set out to do in life, your life's purpose. This directly lines into what he says later about, you know, sending Bronzan into space to ask other intelligent life what the purpose of their life is. Life and potential are abruptly extinguished. And you could hear it in his voice where he said, it's not just about, like, he says, like, even those things which were only just born, not having accomplished anything, you know, having fulfilled nothing. The point isn't, like, life and potential, it's that they were completely unfulfilled. They didn't get to actually, you know, search out the meaning of their life and fulfill it and die satisfied. They're just erased. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits, rage and anguish and cower in fear, and it is not beautiful. They got rid of all life when it senses that, like, it will be given death. You know, is overcome with fear and, like, rage at their unjust fate. And it's not just, it is not beautiful. It's not just a blanket negation. Saying just, it is not beautiful, makes it sound like he's just kind of like, that's like a childish way of saying it. Like, it's not beautiful. They say it's beautiful, but it's not. Instead of saying, how could you possibly call that beautiful? You know, it's anything but beautiful. How could you call it that? This is the next line, though, that I remember being, like, the worst for this.
そんな事実を誰も気にしていないんだ。
いや、誰も気にしていないんだ。It's like, but, like, no one seems to. It's so 気にしている could be to care, but it's also like to pay it any mind. Like, but no one seems to pay that fact any mind, or no one seems to care about that fact.
星を良くするという目的は当然すぎるほどに当然で、誰しも疑うことなくそれを信じ行っている。
当然すぎるほどに当然で。That's such a bitter way of putting it. It's like, you know, our purpose of making the world a better place is so abundantly self-evident. Like that everyone simply, you know, believes in it. Like without ever giving it a second thought. Or like everyone, you know, believes in it without question. Like he's saying it, that there's such a bitterness to 当然すぎるほどに当然で。
自分の前には死にゆく生物たちの瞳には悲しみも絶望も理不尽への怒りも確かにあるのに。
And so it's not just me. He goes, 生物たちの瞳. Like, 瞳 is the pupil, but it's used to mean like, you know, looking into, like what you see like reflected within their eyes in this situation. Like in English you would say something like you see what you see reflected in their eyes. Like, even though right before us, reflected in the eyes, like of all of these things, of all of these creatures, on the moment of their deaths. Like, okay, you would have to flip the ordering here. Like, I would say it's something along, like, the ordering you can kind of flip around in whatever way makes it the most impactful in English. But something along the lines of, like, even though, like, right before us, reflected in the eyes of these creatures on the moment of their death, lies sadness, despair, and rage at their unjust fate. This is where you would use rage against their unjust fate. Like, he's talking about looking and seeing in the moments of death, seeing all of these things reflected in their eyes. You can hear it in his delivery that this is really messing him up. This is not something that he in any way can really handle.
This world is so知らぬ顔で幸せそうに笑い続けるんだ。エルピスの花はいつだって無垢な白と明るい喜びの色に輝いている。
It's like this world smiles on happily, pretending not to notice. And the Elpis flowers always, you know, shine bright. With a white of, like with the pure white color of joy. Yet no one cares, no one. He's freaking out, he's exasperated. It's not no one cares, no one. They're making him sound more like shallowly emo. He's got that sort of manic sadness to him that, like, no one seems to notice. You can hear that fluctuation in his voice. No one seems to care. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. That just pisses me off so much. It's not that they're focused upon the duty, it's that the idea that they live to make the world a better place is so abundantly self-evident. It's just clearly the truth. Nobody questions it in the slightest. Like, it's not about everyone being focused on duty, it's about the idea that even if you were to question this, even if you were to try and pull somebody back and say, like, hey, is this really what we should be doing? The idea that this is what they are on this world to do is so abundantly self-evident that no one questions it in the slightest. Like, this is just so blatantly what they are on the world to do. You know, to him, to these people, the idea of saying, like, hey, are we really, like, is the purpose of our lives really to make the world a better place? You might as well be asking somebody, like, hey, like, you know, do people stay dead when they're dead? Or, like, hey, you know, like, do you really need air to live? Like, really? Like, if you actually really think about it, do you really need air to live? Do you think you could, like, breathe water instead? No, obviously not. It's a basic fact of reality to them. That's the thing that he's freaking out about. It's not that we don't pause to question the method. What do you mean we don't pause to question the method? He's talking about the idea of existing to make the world a better place is so incredibly obvious that everybody goes about their lives, you know, acts accordingly with that in mind as an absolute universal axiom. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Versus, like, even though reflected in their eyes, you see sadness. Like, on the moment of their deaths, you see sadness, despair, rage at an unjust fate. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss and always, always the blossoms shine pure and white.
そのことへの違和感が何か暗いものが日に日に胸の内で膨れ上がっているんだ。
This is such an expertly delivered line. Again, 違和感. This is more like, something about that is just feels wrong. And every day I can feel this, darkness building up inside of, building up inside my chest day after day. Like this, that could I am. Again, you could maybe go with, pain. You could go with, sorrow. But he's talking about it, this is an involuntary action of just constantly feeling that something is wrong, and just that feeling just building and building and building. Day after day.
周りにおかしいと叫んでやりたくなる一方で、おかしいのはこんなことを思う自分じゃないかと恐ろしくなってくる。
This okashi is used a lot in these style of story beats in Japanese media, meaning something is wrong, there's something is, it's not weird. People often translate okashi to be weird or strange, but it's really more wrong in this case. But it's also, something is wrong, something is strange and weird in a way that should be obvious to other people. You should be able to tell that something isn't right. It's not normal. It's and so on the one hand, or it's while I want to scream out to everyone around me that something isn't right here. Or actually you would say while I want to scream out to everyone around me that something is wrong. On the other hand, maybe what's wrong here is just me. And that terrifies me. So these two lines are probably the single best ways of humanizing this character. And let's see what they did. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. Obviously I did a funny voice there and didn't do as much of a dramatic read of it, but come on. Come on. First, they combined, they turned this second line into both lines, and they got rid of him saying this horrible feeling that something is wrong just builds up and builds day after day. And it builds up to that breaking point of just wanting to scream that something is wrong. And what do you mean contradiction? But then, am I wrong for feeling this way? And for thinking this?
Daga, この世界で悲しみを知るのは、エルピスの花をこんな色に染めるのは自分だけじゃなかった。
here, again, you might need to flip the ordering and saying, like, but it's not just me. I'm not the only one in this world who knows, you know, grief. Like, not the only one who, you know, can dye the Oedipus flowers in this shade.
花の傍らで何を思ったのかは聞かない。もしかしたらメイティオンにせがまれて仕方なくやってくれたことかもしれない。
I won't ask you what you thought of when you were beside the flowers. You know, this... After all, Medion might have, you know, pestered you and... You know, until you, like, relented and did this for her.
それでもありがとう。
Even still, thank you.
こうして確かに悲しみがあり、怒りがあり、苦しみがある。その事実を知っていてくれることがこんなにも優しい。
He doubles up. So this is the thing that always bugs me. Okay, let me just do this. Like, to know that there is sadness, there is anger, there is suffering. Like, that you two know, like, this fact of the world, this truth of the world, like, means more than you could know. The point of that line is saying that these things are real. The concept of pain and suffering are real. It's not just him being broken and fucked up. He doubles up on it by saying, 確かに 事実 Then the English is, but now I'm not alone, not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elphis, or if you only did it at Medion's insistence. That's not the meaning there. It wasn't or if you only did it at Medion's insistence. He said, you're saying I'm not going to ask you in part because you might have just been doing this because Medion, like, pressured you into it. And so I would understand if you wouldn't be comfortable telling me. But still, nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you two have experienced suffering is a comfort. I don't know how you could miss the point harder with that last line. I really don't know how you could miss the point harder with that last line. It almost sounds psychopathic. Honestly. In the English. Versus in the Japanese, him saying that, like, that there is sorrow, anger, suffering in the world. These are things that are real, that exist. It is not wrong to have experienced them. And the こんなにも優しい isn't just like it is a comfort. It is like, you know, you could say it's comforting, but it really is more along the lines of like it means more than you could ever know. You know, it is so incredibly comforting to know, like, that you know this as well as I do. That you understand that suffering and pain and etc. are real. Yeah, and then you can say, like, yeah, so quit moping around, you're welcome, or, you know, if you want to know about, like, if you want to know about pain, I can tell you everything you want to know. Haha. I'm just gonna say thank you.
君は変わっているな。こんな話、舞を潜められるかと思っていたが。
Oh, I don't think you would, I don't think I picked this one last time. That's a really... interesting line here. You really are strange. Like, he does say, like, you know, this would make you frown, but it's like... I think you would probably flip the ordering here and say, like, flip the emphasis and say, like, I didn't think this would be something that, like, someone could say with a smile. To an extent.
君は天に輝く星の正体を知っているか?
Do you know what all of the, you know, like what all of the stars shining in the sky really are?
ここからじゃちっともそうは見えないが、あの一つ一つがアーテリスと同じ、あるいはさらに大きな大地でできている。
From here, it might not, you know, it might not look like it, but like each one is, you know, like a world, like as large as or even greater than Arteris.
これだけの数だ。自分たちは星のために生きているが、別の価値観を持つ生命もいるだろう。
You know, there's so many of them. We live for the sake of the world, however, you know, there may be, you know, there likely is other life out there with entirely different values.
自分は彼らに問いかけたい。彼らがなぜ生きるのかを、命の意味を。
And again, the Japanese script doubles up on what they're trying to say to make it very clear. I want to ask them why they live, the meaning of life. You could say the meaning of life, the meaning of their lives.
だからデュナミスで天を飛ぶ鳥、メディオンを作ったんだ。
And then the poetry, the flow of Dynamis de ten o tobu tori. That's why I created a bird that, the bird that soars through the heavens on wings of Dynamis. Meteon.
実のところ、メーティオンというのはここにいる一人だけじゃない。
To tell you the truth, like this Meteon is not the only one.
彼女には大勢の姉妹たちがいて、すでに宇宙へ飛び立っている。意志を持つ生命を探して、星から星へと飛んでいるんだ。
She has many sisters who have already flown off into space. And they fly from star to star, from world to world in search of intelligent
宇
life.
宙の探索は予想外の出来事の連続で、思ったような成果が上げられていない。
Exploring the universe is like constantly fraught with unexpected difficulties. And so far, you could say like there haven't been any results as of yet, or you could just say like, and as you know, and so they haven't found anything yet.
だがそろそろ、次こそは何かしらの結果が報告されそうなんだ。
But I believe soon, next time for sure, they'll come back with something.
もし君がここに滞在している間に報告が届いたなら、この夜のお礼にきっと共有させてくれ。
If that happens to be while you're still here, as thanks for tonight, I'll be sure to share it with you. So this is the rest of it is just saying like, hey, you know, we should go to bed. So this is the last segment, and boy howdy, the stars in the heavens know you what they are. What they really are, is what he said. Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris, a world filled with life. Didn't say that. So many stars, so many lives. Huh? For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world, but what of other living beings out there? You know, he said actually, like, values. They might have other values, might have other... That actually matters. What is it that gives their lives meaning, that drives them day after day? No, he said, I want to ask them. To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis who can transverse the vast emptiness between the stars, Meteon and her sisters. Sisters. So, notice, they didn't say, like, where's, like, I want to ask them why they live? The meaning of life? You know, it's pretty important that you use, like, the phrase, the meaning of life. Not what is it that gives their lives meaning, that makes it sound as though there's, like, you know, a bunch of different... He's asking a generalized existential question of the meaning of life. That's important to preserve. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star, then the next, in search of life. You forgot the word intelligent, ishiomotsu. like, life with will is what he said, but that, you translate that to intelligent life. They're not gonna come back and be like, hey, look, yo, we found bacteria on a moon of, you know, like this planet over here in the ice. No, it's intelligent life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith, you shouldn't use the word faith here, that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. You know, he said this, no, I feel like it's about time, next time for sure. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. Like, everything is so flat in the English. How could you possibly deliver any of these lines with that sort of emotion that they're doing in the Japanese? You just can't. It's so flat. The actual emotional drive of the scene is just gone.
さて、これ以上夜が深くなる。
Okay, yeah. There's just, we gotta... Come on, we can't be, you know, losing out on sleep. Oh man, things are not gonna be going good. But like, I could very easily see, I'm assuming, people have said it in the chat, but I'm assuming that people don't think very highly of Hermes in the English community. But the Japanese far more, like, accurately paints him as a very sympathetic character, just due to how utterly fucked up he is. Like, he just is not capable of coping with reality like this.
みんな休息は十分だろうか。これより次の仕事に向かう。
Alright. Hope everyone has gotten enough rest. We have more work to do.
立ち会っていたエメトセルクとヒュトロダイウスはすでに知っていることだと思うが、先の話し合いでリュカオンの処遇が決まった。
I believe, yeah, I mean, so for this, I'm sure you're already aware we've made our decision of what will be done with the Ducon.
エルピスに現存する観察用に創造されたリュカオンは7体。
I would say, in the Japanese at least, he is very validly looking at life and reality and is utterly terrified. And they did a very good job in the Japanese of establishing that he has tried to talk to people. He has tried to tell people about these sort of things, but they're, you know, the idea that, well, this is just what you do, this is how we live, like, this is what we are on this world to do. Obviously, we do this. Like, it's so abundantly self-evident to them that they don't even consider it. You know, he says, like, you know, he would go up and say, like, should we really just kill something like this? And they say, what are you talking about? We're not killing them. We're just returning them to Ether. That's not death. Like, he's tried to talk to people. He's tried to get through to them, and then they are fundamentally incapable of understanding where he's coming from.
そのすべてを消滅させる。
The 7 Yukon in Oedipus that were created for observation, all of them will be eliminated. That's the thing, though, Maxie, is that that's probably the biggest mistake in the whole thing, is that they actually got rid of the word life being used for things without souls. They still referred to things without souls as living organisms. But it's just that they didn't count as, like, real life.
まさしく行われていた。彼の導き出した結論に誤りはなかった。自分はエルピス所長としてそれを認めなければならない。
There were no faults in Doros' observation. There was no fault in his conclusion. As a director of Oedipus, I must acknowledge this.
リュカオンを解き放てば、周辺の生態系を破壊し、やがては自身も死滅する。世界のどこに移送することも、エルピスに残すこともできない。
If the Ducom were to be released, it will destroy whatever ecosystem it is released into, eventually leading to its own extinction. It cannot safely be placed anywhere within the world, or kept within... Yeah, they cannot be placed anywhere within the world, or kept within Oedipus.
せめてそのイデアを制約のつく危険生物として残せないか創造物管理局に提言するつもりだ。ヒュトロダイウスもそれは支持すると約束してくれた。
Okay, so I intend to propose the Creation Management, or the Creation Administration Bureau, like, to keep it as a, like, restricted, dangerous organism subject to, like, various, like, restrictions, regulations. Hythlodaeus promised me, like, his promise his support in that.
だが、いずれにせよ、現存する個体は消し去らなければならない。
However, in any case, the existing specimens must be eliminated.
すでに主担当であるドーロスがリュカオンたちを観察拠点から離れた場所に連れ出している。
Okay, Doros has brought the Ducon away from
自
there.
分はそこに合流して
Observation
見届けるつもりだ。人の己の行いの結果として。
Whoa, damn. I intend to meet him there and witness it. The consequences of our actions.
お前がそう決めたなら、私たちも付き合うだけだ。視察をするのが役目だからな。
Oh my god. So that last line was Hitono. Oh my fucking lord. Hitono. Onore no okonae no kekka toshite. Like, I intend to witness the results of our, like, my actions. He's talking about, like, mankind and himself. This line in the English is, I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. That's enough checking the English for the rest of the day. You just completely got rid of him saying, like, you know, it is my duty to bear witness to, like, what we have done. Like, what we, as humanity, have done. They just say the conclusion to the study. This is great. In that case, we'll be there with you. After all, it's our duty to observe.
ああ、行こう。ここからだと大橋を越え。
Okay, let's go. That's just directions. Go across the bridge. Honoreno. Yeah, like he's being real. He's incredibly traumatized. Like, I need to be there to witness, like, what we as humanity, what I have done. Uh-oh, probably one of them escaped or something. No, that's 3 of them
ド
escaped.
ーロス、大丈夫か？一体何が？
Doros, are you okay? What happened?
はあ、はあ、しくじった。
Kujita. I mean, yeah, that's just like, yeah, I messed up.
強固な鎖の魔法でリュカオンをつないでおいたんだが、こいつらが今までにないくらい暴れ出して魔法がちぎられたんだ。
Okay, I bound the, Yukon with an incredibly powerful, like, chaining spell. They started to you know, go wild even more ferociously than before, and the spell was torn apart.
とっさに
Yeah,
4体は
broken
討ち
apart.
取った。だが、残りの3体に逃げられて。
Killed 4 of them were killed at once, however, the other 3 escaped.
見えた。2体は12節の園の方角、上空だ。
I see them. Wait, what? They're in the sky. The what? They can. Wait, what? They can fly?
最後の1体はまだこの先の草原に止まってるが。
Okay, there's one other in the.
お前とオレオで
The grassland?
草原の方に対処しろ。12節の園の方は私が引き受ける。
I didn't know they could fucking fly. Okay, you take out the one in the field. Yeah, he'll take the ones in the sky.
了解だ、オンに切る。
Understood, you have my thanks.
私
Everything
も
flew the
微力ながら手伝うよ。
Okay, please let me help as well.
君はここでドーロスと一緒に待っているんだ。
You stay here and wait with Doros.
でも、ヘルメス、
But Hermes,
リュカオンを倒すことになる。その時の気持ちを君まで味わうことはない。
oh, yeah, the Yukon are going to be killed. You will not, like, yeah, feel, like, it's saying, like, yeah, you can't, or you will not experience, like, their feelings in those final moments.
君にも無理強いはしない。それでも協力してくれるのなら追ってきてほしい。
I have no intention of, compelling you to assist, however, if you still wish to help. Please follow me.
Oreo, Helm.
It is still very funny that I just have a mech. Yeah, I mean, I guess they fly now.
Arigatou, それに巻き込んですまない。
Thank you, and my apologies for dragging you into this.
リュカオンはこの先だ。見ての通り宙に浮いた状態、うまくやらないと空をかけて逃げるだろ
The Dukon is just ahead. As you can see, it's floating in the sky, in the air. And if we don't do this right, it'll fly away.
う。作戦がある。君はリュカオンの正面に出て注意を引いてくれ。
I have a plan. You show yourself before the Dukon and get its
彼ら
attention.
は炎狼の異名で呼ばれる通り炎を吐く。君にも火球を飛ばしてくるはずだ。
They're known as the Flame Wolf, and as such, spit fire. Almost assuredly, send a
申
fireball
し
your
訳ない
way
が
as well.
それに耐えて正面に立ち続けていてくれ。リュカオンの警戒が君に集中したとき、
Please, yeah, attempt
自
to
分が
endure
魔法
that
で
and
不意打ち
continue.
をかけよう。
Stay in front of it. While the Dukon is focused on you, I'll surprise it with magic.
よし、行動開始だ。
Now then, let's begin. Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay. Oh shit. More fireball. Isn't it better DPS on 2 targets to put, like, 2 dots on first? I don't actually know. Might be. Probably is. Oh, okay. I kind of didn't think I would be attacking fireballs. Now. Well, I mean, there's a break-even point that's before the full timer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
どうか君の魂が安らかであらんことを。
Please,
魂のよどべの海が
may your soul rest in
深き
peace.
冥界が穏やかであらんことを。
Damn.
君たちのイデアは
Okay, wait a second. I'll need to grab this when I actually get a chance to.
いつかまた形を得るだろう。星を良くしなくたっていいんだ。君の生きたいという願いが、その時こそどうか。恨んだまま許す必要はない。その証に苦しみはここへ置いていくといい。次に生まれる時にはきっと思うがまま大地と空を駆け回ってくれ。
Okay, the second they give me a chance to pause and go over those, I will. Holy shit. But it seems as though this, based on the Japanese at least, it seems like he became...
14人委員会に入れ。この場所はお前には向いていない。
お前には向いていない。
自分がここを離れたって誰かが選別を続ければ同じことだ。教えてくれ。星を良くするという名分は今消えた吐息よりも重いのか。やり遂げた者が死ぬというならいつか星が最善に至った時にどうする。よくやったと満足して死に絶えるのか。わからないんだ。アダニエルの座をつけば今その座にいる彼が星に帰るのを肯定することになる。それが正しいことなのかわからない。
Damn.
こんなことで悩んでしまう自分が人の代表として立っていいのかわからないって。
ヘルメス
Yeah, I love autoplay
怒ら
dialogue.
ないで。責めるはダメ。とても苦しい。
すまない。
Thankfully, this is actually being put in
ま
the
だ
event
選べ
log
る
so
余
we
地が
can
残っているなら
check it.
少し頭を冷やして考えさせてほしい。ヒトロダイウス、すまないか。案内は君に任せた。
了解。好きにさせてもらうから心配ないよ。
君もここに来た目的が果たせることを願ってる。
目的が果たす。
私たちはひとまず12節の園に戻ろうか。
What
こ
is
の後
someone
どうする
in
かそこで相談しよう。
そうだな。
Yeah? No, this... I actually really like this character. I really like this character. Okay, one moment, please. What do they call you here? They say familiar. Yeah. Give me a second, I just gotta grab all of these lines. It's so obnoxious to grab them out of the event viewer, and yeah, I reset my PC, so Ditto isn't even running. Here, let me just yoink a notepad real quick, so I can get this all actually properly formatted. One moment, please. No, yeah, this is probably one of the general best performances given in the game so far. Like, even beating out a lot of the main cast. This vocal performance for Hermes is absolutely phenomenal. Sorry, there's just quite a lot of dialogue to yoink here. I need to have it in order to make sure that I'm not skipping any lines. This would be much faster if I actually had the clipboard monitor running, but give me a second. The problem is that, like, the event tab, if I was just reading from the event tab, it auto-skips back to the bottom sometimes in really obnoxious ways. Okay. Got it. Okay. So, that starts with him saying, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, please. Please, may your soul rest in peace. Like, in like, deep, in the sea to which souls go. That, deep underworld. May it be kind. Or, that's more like, may it be gentle. In the sense of, like, calm, quiet, peaceful. You might say tranquil. Yeah, your idea will remain. And so one day you may yet, take on form. Yeah, even if you aren't, like, what the world needs. Even, like, you would say even if you aren't what the world needs, even if you aren't good for the... Like, even if you don't make the world a better place. Like, my only hope. Like, my only hope is that your wish to live can be given to you. Like, you could say, like, live, but it's like, ikitai toyu negai. Like, your desire, your wish to live. Like, I would translate this next line to, like, you don't need to forgive us. Like, leave your pain and suffering here as proof. Or as evidence. It's akashi. Again, the ikita akashi. Again, this is the whole proof of life. Proof that you lived. And for him, he's saying, like, you can, leave behind your suffering as proof that you lived. Next line, when you are born again, I hope. Or like, yeah, when you are he does say kito, like when you are born again, I hope you will like run free, like across the earth and sky. So the reason the whole, like, you know, what we've done thing matters here, you might be saying, like, oh, why does he feel so bad for a thing that was made wrong? It's like, well, it's because they made it. Like, that thing, this fucking flammable thing didn't ask to be made in the form it was given. It was just, that's what it was given. Like, it's not its fault. It's literally their fault. And then the Emmett Silk line here is actually just perfect. He just says, Hermes joined the Committee of 14, and then pauses and said, Kono basho wa omae ni wa uite inai. So that, you could say that is either like, you know, this place doesn't fit you, or like, you know, this isn't, I would maybe go with like, this isn't the right place for you. It's more along saying like, you shouldn't be here. This place is not good for you. This isn't where you're supposed to be. It's a pretty good, like, empathetic line from him. It's all going like, this place is not, this isn't good for you, man. Even if, and then he just, you know, starts screaming, even if I leave here, someone else is going to take up the job and everything will just be the same. Nothing will change. Tell me. Like, yeah, is our cause of making the world a better place more important? You know, he says like, is it heavier than the, like, the breath that just vanished, or like the life that just faded away? But in English, you'd probably say like, you know, is our charge, is our cause more important than the life that just died? Or like, you know, the life that was just cut away, cut out, cut short, whatever you want to say. You know, you gotta workshop that to make it just as impactful, but man, he fucking sells it. I mean, he's making a very rational argument of there is no justification for, like, creating and then eliminating life. The act in of itself is so abhorrent that there is no possible justification. Yeah, and then this next line is perfect. Yeah, if like if those who accomplish their purpose die, then like what happens when this world reaches its peak? Like, do we just congratulate ourselves on a job well done and kill it as well? Or it's like, do we simply congratulate ourselves on a job well done, like, and fade away and die? I just don't know. Or this wakaranai da is just, I just don't get it. And the weight of よくやったと満足して死に絶えるのか is really like, do we just pat ourselves on the back for a job well done and fade away into darkness? Like, it's that same sort of manic, like, you can imagine him saying it with that, like, you know, that pained smile of just, this is ridiculous, how do you not all see that this is fucking fucking horrific? He's, again, asking the existential question of what is actually the point of this all? Are we just going to, like, so what? We make the world as good as it possibly can be, and then we die. Is that it? Is that all we're here to do? Really? And this わからないんだ really is just like, I just don't get it. Or I just don't understand. Yeah, if I take the seat of Daniel, then that would mean, like, approving of the, like, the current Daniel returning to the world. I don't know if that's right. I just don't know if it's right for someone like me. Like, こんなことで悩んでしまう自分が。It's like, I think you might say, like, I just don't know if it's right for someone like me who can't even figure this out to stand as a representative of humanity. Or as, like, a leader of humanity. It is more like representative. Then Medion lines. Yeah, Hermes, you don't be, you know, angry, don't, like, blame yourself. It like, it's painful, it hurts. I'm sorry if there's still, you know, time to choose. I need a moment to calm down and think. And then he says, like, yeah, Hildes, you show them around. You show them the way back. The English just has Emmett Silk say, you do not belong here. Which isn't... That's not the same. Wow, and they also say, like, tell me, do you think it is right that we sacrificed all these lives for the sake of the star? Instead of saying, like, do you think our like, noble purpose really matters more than, like, the life that was just cut down? Or, like, you know, was just cut short? Do you really think it matters more? He's not saying all the lives, he's saying, like, that life. He's making the fundamental question of saying, is it just to you know, bring things into existence and then just kill them. Oh, wow, his speech to the wolf thing is terrible in the English, but I'm not gonna do that right now, but holy shit, I do want to keep going, but man, they just, like, they got rid of all of the empathy from his voice, and his tone in general, and really, they got rid of the fundamental question of what he's, like, what his real issue
エルメス
is.
も察していただろうが、残り2体のリュカオミへの対処もすでに終わっている。
Okay, the other two Yukon were dealt with. As I'm sure Hermes
こ
was
れで
aware.
この件は終了だ。あとはいつも通りにことが進んでいくだろう。何もかもな。
So that settles that, and everything will return. Yeah, and everything will return to as it was. Everything.
エルメスの考えは理屈としては理解できる。素晴らしい終わりだったとしても、
Or that's more like,
自
you
分
know,
が星
just
に帰
about
った後に
everything.
ふと寂しく思うようなことはあるからな。
Yeah, Hermes' reasoning makes sense logically. Even if it's a wonderful ending. Yeah, there are times when like after an acquaintance, a friend returns to the world, one suddenly feels lonely.
だが、何かを失ったことで、あれほど深刻に悲しいんで、取り乱した経験はない。どんな思いなんだろうな、あれは。
That's really interesting. Yeah, however, I've never been so distraught. Like, so profoundly sad at the loss of anything. And then, どんな思いなんだろうな、あれは。Which really is like, what must it be like to experience that?
さて、私たちはこの後どうしようか？見たい場所があるなら案内を続けるけど。
Now then, what should we do? Now, if there's anywhere else you'd like to see, I'd gladly show you.
ヘルメスは14人委員会への返答を保留にしただけだ。まだ明確に断ってはいない。
Hermes only put his response to his invitation to the Committee of 14 on hold. He has not declined it just yet.
だとしたら、私は視察を続けるだけだ。本人と別行動なら別行動で、他の職員の話を聞いたり、やりようはあるだろう。
Like, I mean, it depends on how well they stick the landing for this character, but so far, Hermes is probably, like... Hermes is quickly going up on the list of favorite characters for me, just because of how well they've depicted, like, an actual existential breakdown. Like, this is raw existential dread. Everything is being reasoned from and stemming from a fundamental fear of non-existence, of going from existence to non-existence. As such, if you take that fear and you ascribe that as like the greatest terror, the worst possible thing that you could think of, then the idea of just haphazard, of just making things with souls, and then going, up, not good enough, let's try again, that's just like the most terrifying thing physically imaginable. Next section is both auto-skipping and not subtitled. Oh, great. Oh, great. Okay, in that case, I'd like to continue my inspection. If we... You say, like, if we aren't with, Hermes, things will, like, the other, workers will act differently. Or it's like, or yeah, like, you know, even if we have to go just talk to... Yeah, you're just saying, like, even if we have to just go and talk to the other workers. Etc., etc. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're really still, Majine. Yeah, you're really, real diligent, huh? Real hard worker. Nah, not really. And also they don't use the term live stream. Like, live stream is a weird-ass mistranslation that they just did it because it was Final Fantasy VII. That was more of a... It didn't even really sound like he was really... In the Japanese, it didn't sound like he really believed it in the same way. And also, it's still terrifying. It's still a horrific concept. The idea of, like, all of your memories being erased, and then you're just kind of, like, floating around as a vague soul that may or may not get to get the chance at living again, and you might just get to live again only to be immediately, you know, erased by some asshole just going like, eh, not good enough. No, those things did have souls, like he was saying, but it was more of a generalized, you know, he was saying, like, I hope that, you know, wherever, you know, in that sea where souls go, like, may the deep underworld be kind, be gentle, be calm. It didn't really sound like he was doing it more as a comfort for himself, it seemed, but also just a generalized... And also him saying, like, you know, you don't need to forgive us, like, leave your pain here as proof, as, like, evidence of your life. That really, the usage of the word akashi there very much hits at the fear that he has. Like, the idea of just being gone and there being nothing left of you. And they also didn't really get the idea of him saying, like, you know, in your next life, if you get to live again, if, you know, I hope, I'm sure you will be able to, like, live, you'll be given the chance to live, to, you know, to run free. The whole thing is about the idea of things not getting to get their chance to actually live.
オレオも引き続き一緒に行くかい？
Okay.
よ
Do you
し
want
来
to
た。
come with us?
それじゃあ3人
Okay.
で次の区画に向かうとしよう。
Ah,
新た
then,
な
the
場
three
所
of
な
us,
ら
let's
新
go.
たな出会いや証言にも期待できる。案内するからまず
We
は
should be able
床の
to,
一軒
like,
があったあたり、アナグノリシス転足園との
you
間
know,
にあ
meet
る
new people,
分岐路のところ
learn
ま
new
でお
information.
越しいただけるかな？
Okay, so he said he's gonna leave us to where the Yukon incident occurred. Okay. Oh shit. Is that a fucking combine harvester? I didn't know they had farming simulator in Final Fantasy XIV. Bulldozer, apparently. Yes, the low poly grapes, that was one of the things that they made for sure.
そういえばヘルメスたちもこちらの方向に立ち去ったな。着せずして行き先が同じということもあり得るわけ。揃ったね。
No, Hermes came
こ
this
こか
way
ら
too.
道なりに北へ向かうとナビのトスがあるんだ。
Alright. Here, okay, if we go north, we'll reach Nabi Notos.
ナビっていうのはエルピス内に点在する他の浮島への転移装置さ。
Oh, Nabi. Oh, it's teleportation device, to the floating islands in Elpis.
最初
Okay.
は使
So
用
that's our
権限を持つ
teleportation
人が
system.
同伴してないと使えないけど、私がすでに権限を得ているからね。ひとたび一緒に利用すれば君たちも自由に使えるはず
Yeah,
だ。
yeah, yeah. You can. They can only be used if you have proper
ナビのトスに行ってみよう。
authorization, but yeah, he's got the authorization, so he'll share it with us. Okay. Like anybody who's trying to use it the first time has to be accompanied by somebody who has authorization. Sure. In general, though, I think the trio of this Hermes, fucking Fidaniel, modern day Fidaniel, and shit, I'm blanking on the name. Your best friend. I'm terrible with names. I remember character name. I always forget character names and people's names. Fucking Xenos, yes. I think those, like, the trio of those guys are absolutely phenomenal in terms of nailing down the core theme of, like, this expansion in Shadowbringers, which are just raw existential. Like, it's just raw existentialism. Just, oh. Oh my god, is this what I think it is? Is this what I think it is? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why? Why is this a thing? This is terrifying. This is fucking terrifying. Why would you make... Who made this? Why? Oh shit, the captain set. Oh fuck. Ridiculous. I will not be changing it to that right now, but fucking ridiculous. Enable mount music. I had it enabled at one point and then I turned it off because it was ridiculous and annoying. Thank you. Back to the... God, it's so funny. God, anytime I see fucking Lala's doing the MSQ, just looking up people.
ここがナビのトス、中央の転移装置はゼピロスの喝采につながってるんだ。
Huh. Okay. Okay, we're going to, yeah, like Zephyrus, like the cheers of Zephyros? Zephyros?
ゼピュロスの喝采っていうのは西の浮島を主とした区画さ。今私たちの前にある巨大な岩の塊はまさにその浮島の底面に当たるよ。
Floating islands to the west, yada yada. Yup.
さ、二人とも転移装置の中央。
Okay, everybody, use the teleportation device, yes. I'm skimming these just like teleportation lines, but yeah, just linked up there. Is roughly what he said. Oh wait, I need to actually make sure that my clipboard monitor is launched for an upcoming thing then. There we go.
この区画にはいくつかの保管、実験施設と観測拠点であるポイエテンオイコスがあったはずだ。
Okay, this is several. This yeah, section has several storage, like an experimentation facilities. It's like a hub for. It's the observation hub. Or like the home of the observation hub, Poitin Oikos.
そのあたりを巡ってヘルメスの仕事ぶりを。おや？
Oya? And so then, let's observe Hermes' work around here and Oh! Yes!
オレイアスじゃないか。かわいいね。
Oh, Oreas. Oh, cute. How cute. Yes, they're adorable. Whoa. Where's it going? Oh, no, that's not...
おい、また何か来たぞ。
Hey, something else is coming.
ああ、あれは新種のサメだね。先日イデアを登録したばかりのものだ。
Yes, it's a new species of shark. The idea was registered just the other day.
Same は海洋生物の中でも人気が高い。亜種を作ろうと挑むものが絶えなくてさ。
Sharks are incredibly popular as far as marine life is concerned. And it seems like there's no end to people attempting to give them limbs. Or no, wait, no, what the fuck am I saying? What? How did I say why did I say limbs? I just saw the word, I just heard the word ashi, but it was ashu actually? Man, fucking hell, snap out of it. You're saying like, yeah, no, people always are trying to make subspecies.
最初はもちろん順当な考え方をされていたよ。大きさの違いだとか異なる海域への適性を持つとかね。けれ
Okay.
どそれにとどまらず、挑戦者たちは空飛ぶサメを作り、賢いサメを作った。頭の数を増やし、今回のあれは手足ときた。わお、すごい。まるで無意味だ。
まるで無意味だ。
他にやるべきことを探すようにって言いたいくらいだったけど、最終的には執念を買って承認ってことに。
Okay, so basically that was, even in the Japanese, that was supposed to not be like, those aren't lines that you're really supposed to be paying that much attention to, but he was mostly just prattling on about saying like, you know, there's a lot of people who... Hang on, where's the hammer, where's the mallet, where's my gun? So, pretty much what he said was something along the lines of like, he was like, oh yeah, you know, they're incredibly popular creatures, you know, people have been trying to make like flying sharks and intelligent sharks, and looks like this time, you know, somebody made a shark with limbs. Wow, that seems like completely pointless, ha ha ha. He was just kind of making generalized jokes about people. He was just kind of prattling on about sharks and the different little subspecies of sharks that people are trying to make. Oh, I don't care what she says. I don't care what she says. I don't care what she says. She could say whatever. She could be going like, oh, I need to go back to my, like, main job, which is, like, hand-feeding deformed calves to ensure that every living being gets a chance at life. Also, I always tip 50% at restaurants, and I always put back the shopping cart. I don't give a fuck. Idolin, you're done. Your days are numbered. I don't care what your justification is. Oh, your justification be, oh, we gotta delude people so that they can have enough dunamis to be able to live in space and all that shit. No, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. We've got problems. That was close. Are you injured? Oh, you all. What's you?
様、まさかこんなところで会えるなんて。
Venus? Sama? Venus sama? Okay, this sama is very difficult to translate here. I'm not entirely sure what exact relationship they have, but I'm assuming he's just being very, very kind. It's like saying, oh my, Venus, I wasn't expecting to see you here. No, I'm aware. I know. I would never forget that face. I would never forget that face. I would never forget that name.
過去に14人委員会に属した者はほとんどが退任とともに星に帰っていると言っただろう。
Before I said that almost all who resigned from the Committee of 14 chose to return to the world.
彼女はそのほとんどに含まれない稀有な例だ。かつて座にあり、それを譲った後もこうして活動している。
She is precisely why I said almost all. She once held a seat and even after resigning continues to work as such.
ベーネス、前代のアゼムを務めた人物だよ。
Square up. Square up. Like, if this is me right here, I'm putting up the dukes. You know, I'm shadow boxing in the corner. Come on, let me at her. Venus. One who served as the previous Ozen.
お久しぶりですね。会えて嬉しいわ。ヒトロダイウス。
Hang on. Hang on a moment here. Just said, oh, it's been so long. I'm so glad to see you here. Hythlodaeus. She is leaving out Emet-Selch. I'm sorry, you're not gonna say hi to my boy? I'm sorry, you're not gonna say hi to my boy? You know what? Those are fighting words. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta throw down right here. I am ride or die for my boy.
東大のエメトセルクも。でもあなた、また眉間のシワが深くなったのではありませんか?
東大のエメトセルクも? And like, oh yes, and the current Emet-Selch. Ah, okay. How do you translate this one? Because this is basically saying the literal TL of this is longer than you would probably want. Right? Because she's saying something along the lines of like, you know, you've got some more creases on your brow from all the frowning that you've been doing. Right? Yeah, but that's not really like a thing that you would say. This in Japanese reads as a lot more natural than the equivalent in English. You might say like, you could say like, you know, I can see some new wrinkles from all of the frowning, you know, all the scowling you do. Aha.
まだ若いのに。あまり顔をしかめてばかりではいけませんよ。
You're still so... It's like, oh, even though you're still so young. You know, frowning like that all the time, you know, it just isn't good for you. So... I hate her already. How dare you?
あなたの後任が随分大変とてもやんちゃなもので。
やんちゃなもので。Your successor is extremely, excessively, absurdly. やんちゃなもので。You might say, like, is extremely, excessively, absurdly troublesome. Or, you know, like, they cause quite a lot of trouble.
まあ、あの子は元気?
Oh, how are they doing?
相変わらずですよ。この前
Same
なん
as
て
always.
噴火間近の火山に突撃したりして、お聞きになります？
Yes, okay. Oh, they're... Yeah, same as always. Yeah, just the other day, they... like, charged headfirst into a volcano on the verge of eruption. Did you... This is... I think it's like, would you like to hear more about that, or did you...
よければ後でぜひ。
Yeah, would you like to hear more about that? Ah, yes, after... Yeah, you can tell me all about it later. Reference to one of the short stories? Nice.
そちらのあなたは
Now then, you... I believe you are. It's like, as for you... Don't you dare. If she does what I think she's about to do, I'm gonna be real mad. I'm gonna be real mad. If she does what I think she's about to do, I'm gonna be real mad.
もしや今よりも
Motherfucker!
先の時間つまりは未来から来たのではありませんか
Okay. Stop trying to make me care about this character. Stop trying to make me care about this character. Stop trying to make me care about this character. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. You have dropped this quote-unquote bombshell reveal on me, and my murderous aura has not been, like, subdued in the slightest. I should be emanating pure malice. Actively trying to be a hater? Look. Somebody has to be. Like, really, somebody has to be. Okay. You. Yeah, you've come from a... Like a... You've come from a... Perhaps if you come from a later time. You know, that is to say, the future. Like, right here. Yep, okay. Okay.
あなたに私の紡いだ魔法がかけられているのを感じます。けれど、そんなことをした覚えはない。
Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. 紡いだ魔法. I can feel like you know, the you know, that you have like a spell of, or like magic of my making upon you. However, I don't remember doing any such thing.
となれば、かけたのは今より先の私ではないかと。
And so then, like, I thought that it must be that I must have placed it on you at a later time.
ちなみにどんな魔法なんですか？
And so, what sort of magic are you referring to exactly?
旅人のための守りです。あらゆる状況でエーテルの変質を防ぎます。
It's like protection for a journey. It's like a traveler's protection, something like that. Protecting against the alteration of ether in any situation. Moshikashite, hikari no kago? Ah, damn. Okay. So your options here are saying, like, wait, are you talking about the Blessing of Light, or... Like, you know, is that something that would prevent me from, you know, becoming a follower of an idol? Bonshin. I want to use the word Bonshin here to see how they react. I want to see how the word Bonshin here. It's so funny. It is so funny. Blessing of Light boils down to a simple traveler's word. Yeah, basically. I mean, that's more or less what it sounded like in the Japanese. Like, it never really sounded like more than that. The English script just mixed the Blessing of Light and Transcendence together for no apparent reason. Just like raw stupidity. It was never confusing in the Japanese. The Blessing of Light, Shikari no Kago, is just like a thing that protects you. You know, it's just like a small portion of Eidolon's power or whatever that protects you from stuff. And yet, the English constantly conflated Transcendence, or the Echo, which is such a dumb translation. They translated the Echo and the Blessing of Light as being the same thing, basically. You really felt like the writers were hard retconning the Echo Blessing at this point because of the mistranslations? Not really. Like, that isn't what this feels like at all. This feels very natural because in the Japanese, you were never given an explicit confirmation of exactly what Shikari no Kago was before this point. Like, this is the first time it's actually explicitly defined. So it still makes sense to do it in the Japanese, but the English just kind of is nonsense. I don't think that this was a choice that was made with the English script in mind at all. But I really want to use the term Bonshin here. For the Lord when fighting... Wait, why is that a problem?
万神が何を指すのかは分かりませんが、エーテルのバランスを乱して精神干渉をするような技は
Wait, what happened with
確かにその
Fordola
魔
with
法で防げます。
Bakshimi? Because I'm pretty sure she doesn't have the... I don't think she had... She might have had... No, I don't think she has Shikari no Kago. Oh, it's fake. It's a blessing. Nah. I mean, it would make sense for the in the English, have people with Transcendence be immune to the Banshee influence. Yeah, that's not really. So the way that it works, though, the way that they've established it in the Japanese and pretty much stuck with, I think, entirely, is that once you are transcendent, like that is a state of being, either you are or you aren't. Once you are transcendent, then that allows you to hear the, you know, discord at everyone ping that Heidelin is sending out constantly. And if you respond to that, you get the Blessing of Light. That's the strict timeline. It can't go the other way. Being transcendent is the prerequisite to getting the Blessing of Light. But with the, like, artificial transcendence thing that people are doing, you're kind of, like, tapping into the... I can't remember the exact way that they described it, but I think it would make sense still that you would be... that they would be immune. I would need to go back and see exactly where they described it, but I think it would still make sense that they would be immune just as a result of their nature already being fucked. Like, they're already in such a fundamentally messed up state that they can't get affected, or something along those lines. Either that, or because I don't think they said that they got the blessing of light. I don't think they said that. I need to go back and check that. But the Japanese script has it's separated Blessing of Light and Transcendence. But for some reason, the English script kept saying that the Echo was a gift from Heidelin, constantly. Yeah, I can't say I know what, you know, an idol is, but yeah, that magic certainly does, or would, protect against any form of, you know, mechanism that would disrupt etheric balance and influence one's heart. Or influence one's mind, actually. Seishin would probably be more like mind. It appears as though you know what I'm referring to. Or it's like it seems as though I'm on the right track. What do you mean? What do you mean that means they came from the future? Like, yeah, how does that make sense that they came from the future? That's just not possible. Can you not speak of the future, or about yourself? Yeah, you know, it's the standard, can't change the past, can't prevent what's going to happen. Ah, there we go. That's interesting. I see. Like, the future that you will return to will not change. However, we may yet, like, you know, travel down a different course. Oh, that's just fine, isn't it? That's more like how... Actually, no, that's more like how wonderful. I think that line was different in the end, but I'm not sure. Interesting. And like tackling entirely unexplored your frontiers, that's something I quite enjoy. Completely unexplored field of research, study, something that nobody's done. Okay. Besides, regardless of what, you know, what you or we may know, Until the future occurs, we cannot know for certain what will happen. As such, I think there's no need to worry about it. They're doing a direct, they are directly contrasting Hermes and Venus here. She's saying like, oh, you don't know what's going to happen in the future, so no sense worrying about it. Hermes is going, no, it's pretty fucking important to worry about it, actually. Also, you're saying like, you know, you don't need to worry about us, right? And more than... However, yeah, there's probably a very important reason why you would purposefully come all this way, you know, to here.
よければ話してみてはもらえませんか？力になれることがあるかもしれません。
I don't trust the tone of her voice in the damn slightest. So then, would you be willing to tell us about it? We may be able to help you. Like, it's got that sort of, like, skin crawl. Don't like it. Don't like it.
まったく。それが本当なら、とんだ事情を隠していたものだな。
Oh then, if that's true, you've been keeping something pretty damn important secret from us.
私も14人委員会としてしっかり聞かせてもらうぞ。お前が何者でどうしてここへ来たのかを今度こそな。
As a member of the Committee of 14, I would like to hear as well who and what you are, and why you came here. Finally. Or that kondokoso would be like all of it. Like the full truth. Or something.
ひとまず落ち着ける場所に移動しましょうか。
Yeah, why don't we move to a more relaxing place?
私
Let's go
は
somewhere
エ
more
ルピスで
relaxing.
働く古い知人からの依頼を受けて数日前からここに滞在しています。
Yeah, I've been here for the last few days on request. An old friend who works here in Oedipus.
この先のポイエテンオイコスに館を借りているのでそこへ向かいましょう。
Okay. I've got a house, like a manor at Oikos. Oikos that we can use.
大丈夫。この出会いはきっと間違いじゃないわ。
It's alright. 間違いじゃないわ. Ooh. Yeah, they're really contrasting these two. I think that this is either like us meeting here was no accident, or us meeting here was, you know, it's like it's not a mistake. There's nothing, you know, it wasn't wrong.
そうでなけれ
It's
ば
somewhat
こんな
saying
分か
like,
り
you
や
know,
すい
it's
目印をつけて
like
過
it's
去の自
fated.
分の近くに向かわせたりしません。
Ah. Oh, you bitch. Yeah, otherwise, I wouldn't have left such an obvious, like, sign for my past self to find.
わかりますよ。他でもなく私の考えですもの。
I know, it's exactly the sort of thing that I would do. It's like it's the exact sort of thing I would do after all. The vibe, it's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired if I do say so. Oh my fucking god. That's awful.
悪巧みをしている風でもないのに、一向に蘇生や目的を明かさないと思えば、とんだ秘密を隠していたものだ。私としても未来が変わるなどという確かめようのない話より、お前についての確認を優先したいところだ。徹底的に白状してもらうぞ。
Yeah, but you know, that's quite the secret to keep hidden from us. And as for me, I would, like, whether or not the, like, future can be changed, I'd like to put that aside and prioritize, you know, figuring out exactly who you are. You'll have, we'll make sure to yeah, you'll tell us everything.
未来か。何はともあれ、まずは話。
早速移動をしたいところなのですが、ごめんなさい。一つ用事を済ませてもいいでしょうか。
I'd like to leave right away, but my apologies. There's something I'd like to finish first, if you don't mind.
実は職員の一人に頼まれて、イデアが記録されたクリスタルを探していたのです。目を離した隙にオレイアスが持ち出してしまったそうで。
Oh, okay. One of the staff here asked me to find a crystal with an idea engraved or recorded on it, and that an Oreas took it and ran, evidently. Also, I cannot stand that they don't translate this to idea, like capital I idea.
おや、それらしきオレイアスなら、サメに襲われる前に見ましたよ。私とエメトセルクでエーテルを追いましょうか？
Oh, I think I saw an Oreas like that before we were attacked by that shark. Should Emmett Salk and I attempt to follow its ether?
もっとも、追えるのは、オレイアスだけ、詳細のわからないクリスタル自体を探せはしませんから、途中で落としたりしていたら、解決にはなりませんが。
Okay. However, like, yeah, we'd only be able to follow the trail of the Oreas. We wouldn't be able to look for the crystal itself without knowing more about it, so if, yeah, the Oreas dropped it along the way somewhere, we won't be able to find it.
十分です。では、オレアスの追跡はお願いしますね。私はその間、森の
Okay, she's gonna check and see if there are any crystals on, dropped around on the forest floor.
北側の森を受け持つので、西側の森をお願いしたいのです。
Okay. She's checking the north, wants us to check the
ありがとう
west.
ございます。
Thank you.
では、それぞれ探索をした後に、ポイエテーゴ
Once we're
ンコス
done
に続く橋
looking, meet up in front of the bridge. Okay. Hella skim mode there. Why does this thing exist? This is just absolute nightmare. The worst thing. I'm gonna guess that it's behind this tree because it's gonna be as far away as physically possible from the actual... Nope. Where's it gonna be? It's gonna be somewhere obnoxious to get to. Where's it gonna be? There it is. Actually, no, that's just gonna be... This might be a completely different crystal. Nope, that was a crystal. Tight. But yeah, I looked over at the line in the English there. She said, like, we were meant to meet, I'm certain of it, else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. The Japanese there was, like, technically she kind of almost said something sort of similar to that, but that's not really, it's more like she put a, like, she thinks that as a marker so that you would, her past self would be able to find you. The Japanese is making it seem like this is all her, like, grand master plan. Or the English is making it seem like this is all her grand master plan somehow. Which I would be surprised if they actually go with that. Like, you go back to the present and you press Heidelin about it, and she's like, yes, I knew that you would specifically use Elidibus to go to the past, and then happenstance meet up with Emmett Silk and Hythlodeus, and therefore meet up with myself. I'm a genius.
おかえりなさい。オレイヤスはクリスタルを持っていなかったそうです。私の見回った範囲にも落ちていませんでした。
Okay. Welcome back. Yeah, the
そちらはい
Oreas
かがで
didn't have the crystal. Looked everywhere to see if it was dropped anywhere.
ああ、これ回収を頼まれていたのはまさにこれです。
Oh yes, this is the crystal I was asked to find.
ありがとうございます。おかげで依頼を気にすることなく、あなたの話が聞けそうです。探し物、お上手なのですね。
Thank you. Now then, we can, like, take our time talking about you without having to worry about this, you know, this request. You're quite good at finding things, aren't you? It's more like you're quite good at finding things. Yoku. Yeah, I've done this quite a lot. Or, yeah, you know, traveling means looking for things, haha. I'm just gonna say, like, yeah, you end up doing a lot of fetch quests.
あら、あなたも旅を？まさかそんな共通点があるなんて。
Oh, yeah, you're traveling as well? I didn't think we would have that in common. Wow. You're trying to make me like this character, and it's actually making me hate her more. It's my, like, this is... So there's a thing, right? Like, there's a certain line where you pass over a certain level of hatred for somebody, and then everything that they do pisses you off, regardless of what it is. I'm well at that point. She could do literally anything, and I'd be like, fucking would.
私は昔、アゼムの座についていた時、人々の抱える問題を見聞きし、解消するために星中を駆け回っていました。
Oh no. Like, you know, we could say beyond hatred lies apathy, but there would be apathy once I kill her with my own two hands. Like, if and when, in the course of hopefully this expansion, I get to kill Heidelin, then I will say, like, I feel nothing. People ask me, what did you think about the Heidelin fight? And I'll say, who? Oh yeah, that happened. That's when that'll happen. But so long as she still breathes, hate. Okay. And long ago, when I held the seat of Azen, I would travel around the world, you know, to like observe the problems that people faced and, you know, attempt to resolve them.
その先で見つけた面白い子に座を託してからは、以前ほどそういう旅をしていないのですが。
面白い子。And so I entrusted I entrusted the seat to someone interesting I found along the way. And ever since I haven't been traveling as much.
それでも、窮地から声がかかったり、調べたいことができたりした時には、足を運んでいます。
Even still, so when when old acquaintances, when old friends reach out, or there are things I want to research, that's always where I find myself going.
エルピスに来たのも、そう、創造生物の生息地を定めるにあたって意見を聞きたいと、こうして何度か招かれているのです。
Okay. As for coming to Oedipus, I've been invited to Oedipus several times now to, for my opinion on, determining what habitat a created being should be placed in. Or the habitat for a created being.
職員から引き受けたクリスタルの捜索が、こんな思いもよらない展開に結びつくなんて、旅はやっぱり、こうでないと。
But I never would have imagined that searching for a lost crystal to help out staff here, to help out the staff here at Elpis would have led to such an interesting turn of events. Or such an unexpected turn of events. This really is what traveling is all about. Huh. That's an interesting... I like that. It's like a past yet to come. So that took me 5 seconds to say a past yet to come. Which is snappy and good. The English for that is a past not yet come to pass. You really have to be a good writer to be a good translator.
お手伝いいただき、とても助かりました。回収したクリスタルは、帰りがけに来社
You
に
made
返
it
す
sound like a
として。
joke? Thank you so much for your assistance. Okay,
この
we'll
橋
give
の
your
先
crystal
は
back
もう
to
観測拠点ポイエテーンオイコスです。
the
改め
staff
て
member.
私の借りている館へ向かうとしましょ
I can't wait for the end of this area to be called Back to the Future. If they do that, I'm going to... Oh, man. Okay, beyond the bridge is the, observation hub. Oikos.
う。
Okay.
道をまっすぐに進み、坂を登って
Okay, she's just
正面
telling
の
us the
建物です。
directions.
他に誰も使っ
Okay. No one else used the building. Perfect place for a nice long talk. Every time I see this damn space giraffe, this is awful. The constant pop culture references are just another instance of them undermining the script because of a, crippling fear of sincerity that just permeates the entire English script.
狩宿ではありますが、ようこそ。すぐにお茶を入れてきますので、お好きな席に座っていてくださいね。
Welcome. It's not my home. I'm just borrowing it. I'll make some tea. Please take a seat wherever you like.
いい香りですね。ほっとする。
I don't trust anything. Oh, what a wonderful, aroma. How, relaxing.
お菓子もあればよかったのですが、旅暮らしの癖が抜けなくて、どうも身軽さを優先してしまうの。
It would have been, yeah, nice to have some, like, sweets to offer as well, or like some confections to offer as well, but I can't quite seem to shake the habit that I picked up during my, travels of, packing light. Is she supposed to be speaking like a grandma or something? No. It's just very feminine. I glanced over at the English and instead of saying like confections or just sweets, she just says okashi. They say sweetmeats. Sweetmeats? You don't just have to take every single word that you see in the Japanese script and put it into a thesaurus and choose a vaguely old-fashioned version of it every time. No clue what a sweetmeat is? It's an antiquated term meaning confectionery. Confectionery. It's just a archaic term that people who want to try and sound smart use. But that's not even what she's just talking about, like snacks, candy. Some sort of like, cake or something. Not even really a cake, but just like some sort of sweet to go with like the tea.
お茶のおかわりならいくらでも。お湯は温かいまま保っていますから、焦る必要もありません。
And there's as much tea as you'd like. Yeah, I'm keeping the water hot. So, no need to rush.
ゆっくりでいい。聞かせてもらえますか？あなたのことと、ここに来た理由について。
So then, we can take all the time you need. Would you please tell us about yourself? And why you're here? Yeah, I'm not drinking that tea. That shit's spiked. Okay, you can say apocalypse. There's apocalypse in the future, a certain god split the world. It's you. Or like in the future we're being forced to abandon the world. I'm gonna do some real a certain someone broke the world into a bunch of shards. Someone did it. Someone here.
順を追って話してみろ。
Someone. Tell us everything from the beginning. You know, like, technically Venus here she hasn't been Heidelin yet, so maybe after telling her about all of this, she wouldn't go off and do it. Maybe she'd be like, wow, I don't know why I would do that. Maybe I was just having a really bad day. You know, maybe I was mad about some other thing. You know, maybe this, like, different timeline me is just kind of an asshole. Honestly, my bad, though. Like, I apologize for my other me. If she says all of that, then we're cool. We're cool. I don't trust you, but we're cool. Yeah, I mean, they could be setting up for something like that. To get an alt world. They could be setting up for that. That could be interesting.
高等無形だ。とても信じられたものじゃない。
Ooh. You can tell from his voice, though, that he doesn't actually mean this. It's absurd. Utterly unbelievable. It's more like I can hardly believe it.
そうだね。正直、想像すらつかない部分も多いよ。
To be honest, much of it I can't even begin to imagine. That's actually very important. That's actually very important. Him saying "sozo tsura tsukanai." That's important. Like, this is the key difference between the... I mean, it's one of the key differences between the Japanese and the English script and how they're handling this situation. The Japanese script is coming at this from an actual philosophical standpoint. Like, actual established philosophy. The point that they're making here is that they literally cannot imagine it. It is something that they cannot conceive. You might as well be explaining the fourth dimension to them. They are fundamentally incapable of picturing the things that you are talking about. Like, he's being literal here. The concepts have not been... The ideas have not been brought into reality yet. Like, the actual... Platonic, in the Platonic sense. The idea does not exist yet. Therefore, they're incapable of imagining it. God, the first thing that came to mind was a fucking line from a joke song by GMC Fosho, which, if you don't know, Gil, the greatest rapper of all time. Was the line that I'm thinking of is swag unimaginable until I imagined it, now it's imaginable. Literally, that's what they're describing, though. These are unimaginable things, literally.
Venus 様はどう思います？
What do you... How do you take all of this, Venus?
最初の週末がいつどうして起こったのかが正確でない以上、現時点では真偽を判断する材料がありません。
Yeah, since the exact, like, timing and cause of this apocalypse is unclear. There's no means to determine whether or not this is, like, to judge whether or not it's, or it's like to judge its validity.
ですから、すべて真実であるという前提に立って、なぜ私がそうしたのかを考えていました。
Ooh, interesting. Putting that in quotes is very important and very actually interesting. You've brought me back in, game. You've brought me back in. However, it's like, therefore, assuming all of this is true, I'm left wondering, why would I do that?
大衆と14人委員会が選んだ道、それに反してハイデリンを作り出す理由を、少なくとも今の私でははっきりと説明できません。
The decision of the Committee of 14 and Heidelin created in opposition of that. At least now, I cannot, like, explain why I would do something like that. The EN doesn't have quotation marks. The EN almost never has quotation marks around important concepts. This is something that happens in a ton of games translations, actually, where Japanese scripts will put things in quotes or establish things as, like, proper nouns, and the translation just entirely ignores it. If you want the best example, it's hitotarumono in ARR, which is the Asians referring to people being true humans, the idea of true humanity, being mentioned in fucking ARR and put in quotes to indicate that it's super important, and the English script just entirely ignores it. They just don't even translate it at all. It's great. I love it. We have so much fun here. And she does say, like, I as I am now. Cannot explain that.
簡単に下せる決断ではなかったはず。
Ooh. Yeah, of course. You know, there are many things that are simply unable to be known until they, or that you simply cannot understand until they truly happen. However, it can't have been an easy decision. Yeah, and again, this is putting quotes. そうするしかなかった. Like, there must have been something. Something that made it so that there was no other way. Or like something that would have caused me to think there was no other way. That's also very important, and let me guess, without even checking the English, they don't translate, this is my only choice, there is no other, or this is no other way. They don't do it. I would bet almost anything that they don't translate this into quotes.
それから、なぜあなたにエルピスの花をしるべにしろと言ったのか。
What could it be? No. I don't think that would be what they would translate that to. That doesn't really make much sense. Yeah, and why would I have told you to use, like, an Oedipus flower as your guide? One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Yeah, they didn't translate. I had no other choice. Yup.
花そのものや追う過程が大事だったとも考えられますが、 あなたがここへ至っている以上、エルピスという場所にもきっと何かがある。
Like, while the, like, flower itself and the, like, following its, like, pursuing its answers may have been important, for you to come here specifically, there must be something about the place, like, about Elpis itself as a place,
それが何なの
as a
か。
location.
私はあなたに何をすべきなのか。
But what would that be? Hmm, 私はあなたに何すべきの? That's more like what could it be? What am I supposed to do for you? Or, like, you know, what was I trying to tell you to
そっ
do?
ちについてはこうも考えられませんか？
About that, couldn't you see it like this?
彼女たちの歴史においては終末は不可避となり、もう星から逃げるしかない。
Yeah, in their history, their time. Nothing can be done about the apocalypse, and they have no choice but to flee from the world.
せめてその未来について私たちに伝えておくことで、別の歴史が生じる可能性を作りたかったとか。
At the very least, like, through telling us about that future, we could, like, create a new, like, that a new history might be created.
確かに理屈としてはあり得る話です。
Logically, that makes sense. It's plausible, theoretically, rather.
けれど、それが主たる目的なら、わざわざエルピスに誘導する理由がない。
However, if that were their like main reason in being here, there would be no need for them to come to Oedipus specifically.
留守である可能性を考慮しても、私の家にするか、14人委員会のいるアーモロートを選ぶ方が賢明でしょう。
And given the possibility that or like even with the like possibility that we may have been away, or that I may have been away, my home or the Committee of 14 in Amaro would have been, or like Amaro being where the Committee of 14 are stationed would have been a much more reasonable choice.
まあそうか。彼女はそのハイデリンってものから向かうべき時を指定されたわけじゃない。
Well, that's true, and also, she didn't indicate that this, Heidelin gave any specific time to attempt to any specific time to attempt to reach. There's no, like, yeah, it doesn't say there's any reason to be here
と
at
な
any
れば、
certain time.
私たちと出会えるかどうかは重要じゃなかったというわけですね。
Okay. With that being the case, then, like, their meeting us or not must not be important.
あるいはこの偶然とも思える出会いが果たされることに 何らかの根拠を持ってかけていたのかもしれませんが。
That's some weird wishful thinking, but she says, or perhaps, you know, like they bet on, like that's some sort of like coincidence would lead to them meeting us.
パズルをしようにも重要なピースが足りてないみたいだ。
But trying to like figure out this puzzle, it seems as though there's a very critical piece missing.
確かな事実があるとすれば。
Or it's like, you know, there aren't quite enough pieces to solve this puzzle. Yada. There is one thing that we do know for sure. あるとすれば. Wait, no. Never mind. Hold up. It's like if there is anything that we know for sure, what are you talking about?
終末が聞いた通りのものならば、それは私にとってかけがえのないものを焼き払おうとしています。
Interesting. Okay. If this apocalypse is as you've told us, or as you've told me, that would destroy, like it would, she says, like reduce to ashes, to utterly destroy everything that matters the most to me. Or actually you would probably say like all that which I simply cannot replace. And again, kakegae no nai mono. Remember that was what like Alfino and Alize said, we're looping back around.
そんな事象を前にして長い時間を費やして用意した手段が逃げるだけ。
Faced with something like that, after all that time, the only thing that I could come up with, or the only thing that I could prepare, was running away. It's like the only means I accomplished was to run.
普通ならまず終末を完全に退ける方法を考えるはずでしょう。
Normally, I would... Yeah, you would... one would try and find a way to prevent this apocalypse.
それは
Entirely.
14人委員会でも果たせなかったことですし、不可能だと考えたのでは？
Well, considering that was something that the Committee of 14 were unable to accomplish, maybe it was just... Maybe you just thought it was impossible.
私は不可能を信じていない。
Ooh. Interesting. So, Fukano here is interesting. I do not believe in anything being impossible.
Heidelin が私なのであれば、それだけは揺るぎない事実だと思います。
Huh. That's an interesting line. this is an interesting line. If Heidelin were me, then that alone is something that would, like, I would never falter on. Like, that それだけは揺るぎない事実だと思います。Like, if Heidelin is me, then that would remain as an unbreakable, unviolable truth to me. Like, that's... So there's some interesting things to think about here. One, the possibility Heidelin is not actually you. It's, you know, you're fucking idol. You're an idol. You're not real. Fuck you. Fuck you. Die. Or two, they're saying that Heidelin is still holding on to that idea, that concept, and she's got some other shit planned. But this is an interesting statement of, like, no matter what else would happen, like, anything else about me could change, right? But that's the one thing that's not going to. It's just not possible for that to have changed.
こんな妄言に出てくる自分を本当に自分だと思えたものだな。
Huh. Yeah, listen to you. Like, you really think that this, like, delusional or, like, nonsensical version of yourself, it's like, you know, you're really treating this, like, nonsensical version of you as though it truly is yourself.
"私は納得していない。できるものか。この良き時代がそんなわけのわからない終わりを迎えるだと。
Man, Emmett Sophia is doing such a good job. You can hear that this is really getting to him, but he's just putting up a front. The statement, like, I refuse to accept this. How could I? You know, you wouldn't do like a double, like, you know, you wouldn't do like how, but it's just like, I refuse to accept this. How could I? Oh man, この良き時代がそんなわけのわからない終わりを迎えるだと。This is his, like, actual... This is his motivation that they set up very well. Like, this is his real-ass motivation. Wake no wakaranai. I'll try and explain this. So, I can't accept this. How could I? Like, that this wonderful era, like these wonderful times, like, could end so... Like, it's... Wake no wakaranai is incomprehensibly... But you get what he's talking about. He's saying, like, how could it all just end like that? Right? Effectively? Like, how could this, like, these, you know, this wonderful time just end like that?
大体そいつの語る私は およそこの私とかけ離れているじゃないか。
Yeah, he's really going full denial. And to begin with, the version of me that they're talking about is fairly far removed from me as I am now, isn't he? Or like, isn't it, rather?
同胞たちがゾディアークに命を捧げたとして、星のためであったなら、人として誇るべきことだ。
Ooh. Yeah, if my brethren gave up their lives to Zodiark for the sake of the world, that's something that any human would be proud of.
「だというのに、私がアリシ妃の町を模しただと。そんなものは彼らの行いへの冒涜だろう。
And yet, I recreated the city as it once was. And that would be like, yeah, that would be desecrating what they'd done.
お前をそこに招き入れた理由も全く理解ができない。自ら計画失敗の要因を作ったようなものじゃないか。
Huh. This is interesting. Yeah, I absolutely cannot understand why I would invite you to a place like that. You know, like, why I would bring you there. It's as though, like, I created the... It's like I deliberately created the source of my own plans, like, undoing. Yeah, of my own plans' failure. I would say, like, yeah, it's like I deliberately created... Or that would be akin to creating the cause of my own plan's failure.
「確かにこの時代の復活なんてものを背負わされると思うと嫌で嫌で仕方がない。腹の底からうんざりする。」
Damn. Yeah, honestly, truthfully, the thought of having the burden of reviving this, you know, of bringing back this era placed upon my shoulders, that sounds utterly, truly exhausting. It makes, like, at the very... Ah. It's like, it sounds utterly tedious. Like, from the bottom of my heart, it sounds nothing, like nothing but pain. Like nothing but a you know, great pain. I'm baiting in terms of natural English. Damn. Oh. Damn. Yeah, but it's like, but for me, to just give up on that all.
随分と侮ってくれたものだな。
侮ってくれたものだな。This is kind of saying it to himself and you at the same time. But these words like anadoru and nameru in Japanese get used quite frequently. Like to look down upon someone. This is like, you really are underestimating me, aren't you? Or you're really making light of me.
私は仕事に戻る。二度と邪魔をするな。
I've heard of... Yeah, this is enough of this nonsense. I'm going back to work. Don't bother me again.
もう一つ聞かせてください。ここまでエルピスを見てきて何か気になったことはありませんでしたか？
There's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Is there anything in particular that's stood out to you so far here in Oedipus? Dunamis. Yeah. Okay, your options are either saying, I think that Hermes and Medeon are the key to all of this, or you can talk about Dunamis. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say Hermes. Hermes Medeon is the actual answer. It's Medeon. Medeon is gonna be the main villain that we're gonna be fighting here.
エンテレケイヤであるメティオンとその作り手であるヘルメスですか？
The Interigea, Medeon, and Hermes, her creator. So, I see where they're going with this, and it's gonna make me very mad. If we do some bullshit, if Heidelin gets to get some sort of, like, noble martyr death, I'm gonna be real pissed off. If it's like, oh no, I'm going to use up the last of my power to help you, and I am going to succumb and become evil, and now you gotta fight me, but it's like a sad thing. And you're like, oh no, I'm so sad that I have to be doing this. I respect you so much. No, don't do it. Do not do this. Do not do this to me. Do not make her a sympathetic character. I want raw violence.
確かに終末に関係するとおぼしきアーカーシャという力がデュナミスと同一であるならば、彼らが鍵と言えそうですね。詳しく調べてみる価値はあるかと。
If this force known as Akasha truly is the same as Dunamis, and then they could, be the key to all of this. I think it's worth further investigation.
そうと決まれば行動あるのみです。
Okay. With that settled, it's time for action.
今はまだ欠けているピースがきっとこの地にある。それを手にしたとき、未来の私が描いた絵の全容が
Okay.
あなたが受け取るべき答えが導き出せるでしょう。
The missing pieces must still be here somewhere. And when you have them, like yeah, she does say like the picture I was attempting to paint from the future will be complete. And there will be your, like, in therein will lie your answer.
私にも どうか協力させてください。
Please, let me help. Did you spike the tea?
大丈夫。彼が私の知るアゼムから聞かされた通りの彼ならば、きっとこのままお別れにはならないわ。
Hmm. Yeah, if he's, as I know, like if he's the man I know, like as Azim told me that he is, I'm sure he won't, like this, he won't, like this won't be the last time you see each other. Like this won't be goodbye. Is it really a Venus? This is what we're doing? This is what we're doing for the next foreseeable however many quests? We're hanging out with fucking Heidelin?
早速、ヘルメスとメーティオンについて調べていくとしましょう。
Alright, let's look into Hermes and Meteon.
私もヘルメスとは面識がありますが、エルピスの所長と客人として言葉を交わしただけ。
Okay,
彼
I'm...
個人については一般的な情報しか知りま
It's
せん。
like I'm acquainted with Hermes, but I only know him as, the director of Oedipus. It's like, I've only interacted with him as the director of Oedipus. Yeah. Skim, I only know, like, general
まず
information
は
regarding him.
正攻法でこの拠点に滞在している職員たちに
Okay.
ヘルメスやメーティオンについて質問するのがいいかと私に
I think it would be a
心
good
当たり
idea
があるのでこちらへ。
To begin with asking staff around here what they know of Hermes and Meteon. It's gonna be the entire next stream. It's times like this that I really do wish that I'd leveled up Blue Mage so I could just blow myself up right now. I could just be like, alright, bet, press button, blow up.
そこの建物前で
I'm a
休憩
head
をして
out.
いる女性、彼女がイスメネーです。
Okay, when resting in front of the building there, that's Ismene.
私がここに滞在するにあたって準備をしてくれた方なのですが、聞けばかなり長い間エルピスに勤めている職員だとか、ヘルメスたちのことも
Okay,
当
she
然よく知っているでしょ
set things up for my stay here and has been working here in Oedipus for a very long time.
う。彼
Most
女
likely
に
knows
あなたが
Hermes
聞きたい質問
very
を
well.
ぶつけてください。私も何か思うところがあれば聞きますが、主導するのはお任せしますね。
Okay, go talk to her.
私に用事ですか？ええ、時間もあるので構いませんが。
Oh, you have something to ask me? Well, yes, I don't mind. I'm free.
このイベントはスキップすることができないため、コンテンツ
Okay.
こんにちは、イスメーネー。ヘルメス所長について少し聞きたいことがあるのです。彼女の質問に答えていただいても？
Hello, Ismene. Like to ask you about, Director Hermes. Could you answer questions, please?
ああ、ベーネス様。他ならぬ記事の頼みとあらば、喜んでご協力いたしますよ。
Oh, wow. Okay. Venus, if you're asking, then of course, I'd be glad to assist. It's like, rather there should be like, for you, yes, I'd be glad to
質問という
assist.
のは？
So then, what would you like to know? Huh. Shumi. This shumi is not... Okay, a lot of... Yeah, the MTL thinks that this is like hobbies. Shumi here can be like, what's he into? What is he like? I'm gonna say like, yeah, what's like, you know, what's he into? What's he
趣味
like?
趣味ですか
You know, tastes.
飛行生物の創造は得意としているようですよ。他にもあらゆる分野の生物について知識が豊富なので、それが趣味かどうかはわかりませんが。
He's quite good at creating flying life forms. Has a, you know, incredible wealth of knowledge, breadth of knowledge regarding, you know, various fields, you know, of life. I'm not quite sure if that's what you were referring to, however, though.
人柄や仕事ぶりはどうですか？
What's, you know, what's his personality like, and, you know,
物静かな人だと思います。
work.
寡黙というか、少し口下手というか。
He's a very quiet person. I think he, you know, he's perhaps fairly shy or just not quite good at talking.
好き好んで人前に出ることはないですが、所長としての職務はしっかりとこなしてくれていますよ。
It's like he doesn't really show up in... Yeah, he doesn't, like, particularly enjoy being in the spotlight or, you know, being in front of others, but as a director, he does his job quite well.
こんな回答で役に立てばいいのですが、他にも何かありますか？
Hopefully that was helpful. Is there anything else you'd need? Ooh, you can say, like, how long has Medion been here? Or what do you know about Medion? I'm gonna say, how long has Medion been with him? How long has Medion been around?
さあ、あれは私たちの研究対象ではなく、ヘルメスが個人的に想像したものですから。
Well, that wasn't the result of our... You know, that wasn't part of our research, but rather something that Hermes made personally. Something was... They were
いつの
created
間に書
personally
いた
by...
と、彼女についてどういった認識ですか？
Yeah, so then she just kind of... She was just there one day, right. How much... What do you know about her? Like, what's your understanding of her?
思いを直接受け取り、送るという大変珍しい能力を持った使い魔だと思っています。その能力をどうやって作り出したかは定かでないですが。
Okay, again, this isn't feelings. This isn't feelings. Like, yeah, this is asking, what's your general understanding of what Meteon is? It's a very strange familiar with the ability to directly receive and send. This Omoi is thought. This Omoi is thought, which again, this is why you need to have some sort of line in the very beginning that puts all of these words into the same basket in English. This is all the same word in Japanese. All the times that the script says, like, emotions, feelings, whatever. Oh god, in the English they probably just say, like, she is able to read emotions here, probably, right? Like, they don't even say thoughts, they just use the word emotion again, don't they? Ugh. This almost is thought. Is far more like thought.
すみません。解説できるほどの知識がなくて、ヘルメスとあまりそういう話をしたことがないんです。
Right, but feeling in English does not cover the range of meaning. It makes it seem too simplistic. And literally all they needed to do was put in a single line when Akasha or Dunamis were being introduced to establish the range. My apologies, I'm not knowledgeable enough to describe it in detail. I haven't discussed it with Hermes. Able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Okay. That's also not even what they said. She can receive and transmit. Omoi. The receive and transmit is important. Don't you want to
職
know?
務についてはきちんと必要な共有ができていますから、彼個人の領域に踏み込もうとは思いませんよ。
Okay, you asked her, like, do you want to know more about him, etc. Well, I know enough about him, he's shared enough about himself for us to go about our business, to do our jobs. I have no intention of overstepping into, his private matters.
ああ、ただ同じく飛行生物の創造を得意としている同僚のティマイオスならばメーテオンについてもっと詳しく知っているかもしれません。
However, Tiamaios, who's also quite skilled at creating flying life forms, might know more about Meteon.
彼は今、東の川辺で観察に当たっているはずですよ。もし会いに行くなら、要点を明確にすることをお勧めします。彼は話し始めると、長いことで有名ですから。
Okay. He should be in the middle of conducting observations, like an observation by the river to the east. If you plan on speaking with him, I would highly recommend keeping the points of discussion very clear. He's quite famous. He's very well known for going on and on once you get him talking. You gotta really pare stuff down.
いろいろ教えていただき感謝します。
See, thank you very much.
いえ、これくらいならばわけもありません。滞在中に何かあれば、またいつでもお声掛けください。
Oh, no. There's no need. It was no trouble at all. If there's anything else you need, please let me know.
俺を向こうで少し話しましょう。
Okay, let's go talk to him. Ooh. Why am I talking to you first?
ひとまず、一人分、彼らに関する証言が得られましたね。この調子で、職員や観察者に話を聞いていきましょう。
Okay, like
私
she's
は
just
拠
saying
点
like
内
let's
にいる
keep
方々
let's
に
keep it
声を
up.
かけていくので、あなたは
Okay.
イスメーネーが名前を出していたティマイオスから。今
Okay,
の
she's
聞
just
き込
saying
み
we're
では
splitting up.
私
She's
が
gonna go
少し
talk to
口
more
を
people
挟ん
around
で
here.
しま
You
い
go
ました
talk
が
to
当たらずと
Timaeus,
も遠から
whatever
ず
his
と
name
いった
was.
印象でしたから、次はあなた一人でも十分に情報を引き出せると思います。
Helped you. Yeah, I helped out a bit with this interview, but I believe now. It's like like you were close enough to right answer whatever that you should be able to do the
テ
next
ィ
one
マ
on
イオ
your
スは
own.
東の川辺で観察に当たっているとか、足を
Why are
滑
you
らせ
talking
な
down
い
to me
よ
like I
う
don't
気
know how
を
to
つけ
talk
て
to
探
people?
してくださいね。
Kill
終
you?
わり次第、この辺りで合流しましょう。
You know, this is by the, riverside to the east. Be careful to, try not to slip. Okay. Meet up here. I see now why people were referring to her as quote-unquote mom, but no. I refuse utterly. Oh, these are gonna be
い
long
かに
as
も
hell.
僕がティマイオスだが鳥の観察中なんだ。あまり大きな声はだ。
Yes, I am
このイベン
Timaios.
トはスキップすることができないため、コンテン
In
ツ
the
ファイ
middle
ンダ
of
ー申請
observing
中
birds
の
right
場合
now.
などは
Please keep your
ご
voice
注意
down.
くだで、僕に聞きたいことってなんだい？
So, what did you want to ask me about? Oh no, I already don't like this guy. Choosing this song, this guy is gonna be a real character. Oh no, yeah, no. We don't take the top option. You don't say like, oh yeah, you're you're quite the expert on flying life forms. You know. What do you think about
ヘ
the
ム、ヘルメスの、そう
Hermes
だな。
creations? Hermes. I see.
飛行生物は空を行く姿の美しさもあって人気が高い。すでに多くの種が生み出された昨今でも想像に挑戦するものが後を絶たないほどだ。
None of that was an answer to my question. Yeah, flying creatures, flying life forms are, quite popular for their, the beauty of their figures as they fly through the sky. Or it's like as they traverse the sky, you could say, maybe. Even today, after so many species having already been created, there seems to be no sign of those who are attempting to, make their own mark on the skies.
そんな中でヘルメスの飛空生物を特徴づけているのは抜きんでた天文の知識を用いていることだろう。
Oh my god. What distinguishes Hermes' creations, however, is his astounding knowledge of astronomy. Is that Timmel? Yeah, that is astronomy.
目で見えないほど高高度を飛ぶ鳥や風脈の流れに乗っているわけでもないのに遠く離れた天へと瞬時に移動する鳥。
Huh. Yeah, birds flying at an altitude too high to be seen by the naked eye. Yeah, birds capable of instantaneously, like, moving, teleporting to distant skies without even riding, what was it? Atmospheric ley lines.
そういうのはまあ彼しか作れないだろうな。私のように飛行生物としての優美さに重きを置くものでもほんの少しくらいは仕組みが気になるところだ。
So, well, only he really could make things like that. Even for myself, who is primarily concerned with the grace by which these creatures fly, I can't help but be slightly interested in the, like, mechanics behind it all. Okay, I don't know why I would ask the top one. Like, are you going to, like, mimic his... Like, mimic him? No, I'm like, are you... What about Meteon? Mediano's
それについては
amazing.
何とも答えがたいな。
Well, that's quite difficult to answer.
実のところメイティオンがどんな創造生物か正確なところは把握していないんだ。
In the first place, I can't firmly establish what type of creation Meteon even is.
思いを直接受け取り送るというのが特徴のすべてなのか、他にもまだ何か目新しい能力を有しているのか。
Look, it's the exact same sentence in quotes. It's the exact same sentence in quotes. The ability to receive and transmit thoughts. Here, in this case, you would say like thoughts and maybe feelings directly. Like to directly receive and transmit thoughts. Whether or not that's all that she's capable of or not. It's like, you know, that might be all that she's capable of, or there's some other, like, novel abilities in its
それらは
possession.
ヘルメスがメイティオンを創造物管理局に届け出てイデアが登録された時、周囲の人々に開示されるものだ。それ以前に問うのは無作法というものさ。
Things like that are revealed to the greater public once an idea is submitted to the Creation Administration Bureau and approved, and the idea is registered. To ask about that before registration would simply be rude.
まあ、もしも彼が同じ分野を得意とする僕に助言を求めてきたなら、答えるのはやぶさかではないけれどね。
Well, if he were to ask for my advice as a, you know, considering our shared skill in the field, I would be willing to lend a hand, however. What? I'm gonna say like, hey, what do you know about Dunamis and Enterekea?
デュナミス、エンテレケ、
Dunamis,
うー
Enterekea.
ん、どこかで聞いた気もする言葉だな。エルピスで作られた花にそんな特性があるんじゃなかったか？
I believe I've heard that word somewhere before. I think there was like a flower created in Elpis that had similar
だ
characteristics.
としたら聞いたの自体が数百年ぶりだ。普段の仕事ではまず聞かない言葉だよ。それがどうかしたのかい？
Ah. Yeah, in that case, you know, it's been centuries since I last heard about it, or like heard it. You know, it's not something that, those aren't anything that comes up in the process of day-to-day work. Is there anything wrong with that? Is there...
なんだ、冷やかしか。僕と話したかったのかもしれないが、雑談なら仕事が終わってからで頼むよ。
Ah, okay. So he's just saying like, yeah, what, okay, that's all you want to know? I thought you were trying to, you know, you needed to talk to me for something. But if you're just here to chat, then
それじゃあ、僕は観
please
察に
come
戻る。
speak to me after I'm
君
done
も
working.
おしゃべりばかりしてい
You'll
ない
save
で
it for after work.
役目を果たすんだぞ。
Okay, I'm gonna get back to my observation. You two get back to work. Sure. Looks like we're at least gonna be able to finish the quest here on time, but neither of them really told me much of anything.
あら、川辺まで探しに行ったのに、ずいぶん早いこと。さすが熟練の旅人。
Oh, wow, that
よ
was...
ほど順調に話が聞けたのですね。
Oh my god. Oh, you went all the way to the riverside. That was quite quick. You must, you truly are a skilled traveler.
それで、あなたの方はいかがでしたか？
So, how are things on your end?
なるほど。メーティオンの能力の全容どころか、デュナミスのこともほとんど知られていなかったと。
I see. So they don't know much regarding Meteon's full potential or really anything about Dunamis either.
私の聞き込みの結果も同様です。メーティオンについてあなたから聞いた以上の情報はなく、彼の個人的な研究として扱われているようでした。
Have I been doing side quests in areas? Not at all. If there are particularly interesting ones that people want to see if there's a massive difference between, I would be absolutely open to doing so, but there's just so many of them. You know? Like if somebody is like, hey, can you check out this particular one in this zone here? Then yeah, sure. I mean, if there's something like really interesting, for sure we could check it out. Things were much the same for me. Yeah, my inquiry yielded similar results or whatever. I wasn't able to learn anything more about Meteon than you. It appears that most people here are simply treating it as a subject of his own personal research.
裏を返せば、ヘルメスのみがデュナミスの扱いを知っているということもできるかもしれません。
Thinking about it another way, you could say that only Hermes seems to know how to handle, to know how to handle Dunamis.
とはいえ、まだ何かを断定するには
to
情報が
utilize,
足りない。
rather,
引き
maybe?
続き調査を進めてみることにしましょう。
Don't have enough information to reach any form of conclusion. Let's continue the investigation. Oh no. Oh no. Please. This is like the picture in question. Or the... Ah. かけられた。おい。I guess you would go with, like, the question at hand. You know, or, like, pressing question or something like that. Did I already get this etherite? Yes, I did. Thank God. People said that this is when the pacing goes to a crawl. Somebody said that there was, like, a quest here, like a blue quest that was particularly important. Or something like that, maybe. I'm not quite sure which one they were talking about. It was probably be this one, because they're talking about, like, hey, what do you, like, what's your job here? This is probably the one that they're talking about. Kakeru. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if there are any words in Japanese that have more potential meanings than kakeru. That's one that you just kind of get a feel for. Well, I mean, it's a lot. It can mean a lot of things. Kakeru can mean a whole lot of stuff. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of like similar to saying, like, do in English or something like that. Or like put. It's one of those very basic words. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure which quest people were talking about. There was one, I think. But it is interesting. Yeah, I'm not quite sure which one it is. I'll have to ask next time. I'm I'm sorry, what the hell was that? Is it some sort of like, oh, there's like a world boss that just showed up or something. Like a massive... Cool. I just got some sort of notice of like a world boss spawn or something. Is it that thing? That thing? Risuki Mobu. S rank? Probably S rank. Yeah, they say risky. So that's probably that. Yeah, I don't know what it looks like, though. I've not interacted with that bit of content ever. And I likely will not. But yeah, I mean... I kind of want to just get back to talking to Hermes, but if we're going to go on a massive, Oh, no. Oh, no. It's like, wait a minute, is it like six? How many quests is this? Oh no, it's just like a shit ton of these in a row, isn't it? Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. I just like glanced over at the quest list. And you can see the quest giver, and it's just Venus, 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 Hitleres, Evisol, Hitleres, Hitleres, Venus. Oh no. Oh no. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? I mean, but it might, some amount of it might be relatively skimmable if it's similar, like, just kind of asking people around about general nonsense. Fuck. Fuck. No, yeah, that is a massive problem, though, of attempting to figure out what quest anybody is on. Or, like, what quest I need to do for content. Because the quest names just don't even remotely line up. It's wonderful. It's Ranji, by the way? Yeah. Yeah. I just expected at this point. Like, Venus is gonna just, like, pull off a, you know, a Scooby-Doo rubber mask and it's Ranji. Nobody else gets that reference, Matt, but yes. I mean, I'm standing by that I think that it's gonna be... Medion is gonna go do a heel turn here. Because Hermes is going to get completely overwhelmed with, you know, existential dread. And probably some shit like Medion's going like, it's better for things to not exist at all. And existing only brings pain. And so non-existence is the preferable state. That's gonna be some dark energy shit. Yeah. I think? I don't actually know the... The, like, myth, the folklore element of Medion. No, it's dark energy because they specifically use the figure for, the quantity of dark energy in the universe for Divinimus. They, like, specifically said 68.7% or whatever. It's great. That makes a lot of stuff kind of just line up. Like, I think there's approximately a 0% chance that Medion doesn't either turn evil or die horribly, and I'm leaning heavily towards turns evil. Especially because I would not be surprised in the slightest if they brought back the exact term from, I believe it was in, like, post-patch ARR, or like early Heavensward, where I believe it was Minfilia used the the exact phrase "grief at the heart of the world." Like, we still do not know the identity of the grief at the heart of the world. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that ended up referring to Meteon. You know, Meteon fucking embeds itself into the world as a source of pure, like, self-fulfilling source of pure anguish and dread. Some shit like that. But that's just a theory. Oh no, it was mentioned before that. It was followed up on in Shadowbringers. But in the Japanese it was mentioned way before that. That was a thing that was foreshadowed in Shadowbringers that was not foreshadowed in English. You know, add it to the list of things that were foreshadowed in the Japanese that were not foreshadowed in English. It's a very long list. It's a very long list. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me for right now. I'm definitely fading. Do I have anything to say? Is there anything else going on? Not particularly. I guess I'll just see you guys on Wednesday. Same time, same place. Well, actually, okay, you've brought up a thing. You've brought up a thing that now I want to say, but it's not that I called them really, it's that they were actually foreshadowed, you know? You know, it's actually foreshadowed. You know, it's something that should be able to be, that you should be able to pick up on, because it's foreshadowed. Like, I didn't come up with Shitotaru Mono, they said it. But they don't say it in the English. So you can't do it. You know, like when they, at the very end of ARR, when Elidibus says, like, we need to accelerate their evolution to true humanity. In the English, he just says, more haste may be necessary. Nothing, Shitotaru Mono is just gone. And so it's like, that's not like, oh, holy shit, what a crazy read. It's more like the English player base had no chance to actually figure out what the hell was going on. Because the people doing the translation still thought that the echo was a gift from Heidelin the whole time. They were too busy with that shit. Japanese script sets up foreshadowing, they're like, we don't really care about that. Let me tell you about the 12. Do you know about how cool the 12 are? 7 hells, bro. Do you know how cool the 12 are? I'm sure they're going to be the most important thing in the setting. All this other stuff that these stupid Asian guys keep talking about, nobody cares. Nobody cares. The human thing is actually just because the kanji, the word shito, the word hito, like for person, can be used generically in Japanese, whereas the generic for person in English is human. Like, that's just a distinction. That actually comes up in Metaphor, the game Metaphor a lot, where they specifically refer to people still as shito, but then ningen is a completely different thing. Ningen is human, but shito just means person. But if you just said, like, all of us are people, we're all people, like, people kind, that doesn't work. You can't do that. That doesn't sound right at all. It sounds weird as fuck. That's just a language difference, but, I mean, it was pretty clear that they could just, like, the second they say Shitotaru Mono, you just start saying human. You could just start saying human. Or, if they actually work with the writing staff as they claim to do, then they could just ask the writers, like, hey, can we use the word human? Is that gonna be fine? Can we refer to them as, like, mankind? Like, if we said Jinrui, is that gonna be accurate here? They probably would have gone like, yeah, bro. Totally fine. Go for it. No problem. Issue solved. Instead, they just, you know, they just cut out like half the script from ARR. For fun. I guess. Anyway, that's actually gonna do it for me for this time. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Yeah, stop bringing up things that are interesting right as I'm trying to end stream. You're doing this on purpose at this point. Original. Stop. I'm trying to end stream. I'm gonna end stream now. Alright, bye.